Battery 60%. Connected to BEAST.
Streams. So you have data that flows through your application. This data can be viewed as a stream of values that flows through your application. So the stream is the primary channel around which the observables and the observer pattern is designed. So with streams, you can subscribe to these streams, and whenever a value comes around on the stream, you pick up that value and then you can react to that value. So to be able to react to that value, you need to subscribe to that stream, or you need to subscribe to that observable. The observable will frequently keep emitting values, and when you see those values, the observer can react to those. Now, this also means that when you are no longer interested, you can unsubscribe yourself from an observable. You can say, I'm not interested in watching you anymore, and then disappear. So the observer pattern allows you to periodically observe changes if you want, and then stop observing when you're no longer interested. So that kind of a paradigm enables you to design your software applications in a very interesting way, a very intuitive way. But to be able to use this approach, you need to get your head around this approach. Just like we saw with the callback pattern, or we saw with the use of promises, observables is yet another way of designing applications. So an observable by itself will be very lazy and will just hang around there. So you can create an observable and then just leave it there. The observable becomes active or becomes hot when somebody starts to subscribe to that observable. So at that point, the observable kicks into action and starts emitting values. So if at least one observer is interested in the observable, then the observable will start emitting values. If nobody is interested, the observable will go back into its shell and remain there. So you can think of it that way. So if that mental picture helps you to understand how the observer pattern works, then so be it. So that will help you to look at the way we design our applications in the exercises that follow, and then the subsequent lessons where we examine HTTP support in Angular in more detail. One other aspect of observables is the fact that canceling a previous request and then retrying is very straightforward with observables. The promise that you saw earlier, once you start waiting for a promise, you cannot cancel. You're waiting. The promise will eventually resolve or fail, and then you have to react no matter what, even if you're no longer interested. But with an observable, if you cancel your subscription, then what happens with the observable is not any concern to you at all. And so you don't need to do anything if you cancel your subscription. So canceling and retrying in case the earlier trial doesn't succeed, is very straightforward with observables. We will see some of these behaviors in more detail in the exercises that follow. This brings us to the concept of reactive programming. Reactive programming is based around the observer pattern and also an iterator pattern. But anyway, the observer pattern is the dominant feature of reactive programming. So in reactive programming, we are interested in data flows, how data flows through your application. Any data flow can be treated as a stream. So this data flow can propagate changes throughout your application. And while the changes are being propagated through the application, at the intermediate stages, you can even take one particular stream, modify it, and create another stream going out from there. So that is what an observable and the observer pattern enables us to do. So the entire programming paradigm is built around streams or data flows. So this is another way of looking at solving your problem. And that's why I emphasize the fact that you need to get your head around to understand how the reactive pattern or how reactive programming is done in practice. Now, you often hear people talking about something called functional reactive programming. If you are familiar with the functional programming paradigm, that plus reactive programming is what people often refer to as functional reactive programming. So the intermarriage of these two approaches. Now, you will see the use of some of these with Angular as you go through this particular course. Finally, what about RxJS? What role does it play in this whole ecosystem? RxJS is a JavaScript implementation of the observer pattern and also support for reactive programming. So if you were to do reactive programming in JavaScript, then you leverage the RxJS library for doing so. RxJS is one such implementation. There are a few others, but the reason why we are interested in RxJS in particular in this course is because Angular leverages RxJS for its support for reactive programming. So the RxJS is a library. It is a separate library that is out there. You can use RxJS for other purposes also, not necessarily related to Angular. There have been applications that have been developed using RxJS per se, not related to Angular. But in this course, we are interested in how RxJS comes together with Angular to support reactive programming in Angular. So the RxJS is a library that enables you to do asynchronous programming. We have talked about asynchronous programming with promises earlier. We'll see asynchronous programming with callbacks in the Node course. And observables is yet another way of looking at asynchronous programming together with event-driven programming. So if you are familiar with the event-driven programming paradigm, RxJS fits right well within that environment. The whole thing is built around observable sequences. And RxJS library provides you with one core type called as the observable. And around this core type, you have some satellite types that are built called as observers, schedulers, and subjects. All these enable you to do reactive programming. Furthermore, RxJS also supports a whole bunch of operators. Separators. Sorry, that was a slip of my tongue. RxJS supports operators that are inspired by the JavaScript array operators. If you are familiar with JavaScript array operators like map, then the RxJS operators will look very familiar to you. You can treat an observable and the values that an observable emits just like an array. So that's why many of the array operators find their way into RxJS and reactive programming also. So the use of map, filter, reduce, and other array operators will also find a place in RxJS and reactive programming. And this is what allows you to handle asynchronous events as collections. So when you are wanting to wait for an asynchronous event, it will be similar to subscribing to an observable. So when that observable emits the value, you're ready to catch the value and then act accordingly. You don't know when that emission is going to take place. So that is the asynchronous part coming into play with the use of RxJS. And as I mentioned already, the reason why we're interested in RxJS is because Angular leverages the RxJS library for doing its support for reactive programming. Angular itself has a number of built-in observables, as we will see in a short while. When you get into the reactive programming world, you will often hear people talking about observables, then you will hear people talking about operators, and then you will also hear people talking about marble diagrams. Now, marble diagrams are a way of representing the reactive programming using observables. So if you happen to have an observable, then if you view this observable as a function of time, so if this axis represents a function of time, the observable will be periodically emitting values like this, one after another. So if you organize these values along a sequence as a function of time, so you would see values being emitted like this. There is also a possibility that you can encounter an error, in which case you need to handle the error appropriately. If you handle the error appropriately, you may continue or you may stop at that point. Similarly, when an observable completes all its emissions, then it will be marked as the completion of the observable. So you need to be able to even handle the completion event in an observable. Given this time annotated behavior of the observable, you can then take the values that the observable emits and then apply operators on those observables. Now, these values can be viewed as an array. If that helps you to better understand, you can view it as an array of values. Now, these values can then be operated upon by using various operators. So that is where your map, your filter, your reduce, and several operators that any typical reactive programming library like RxJS supports enable you to transform one set of values that you get from an observable into another set of values, whereby you end up creating a new observable. And this new observable will consist of transformed values from the original observable. So that's the reason why I show these transformed values as rectangles here, just to give you a visual impression of what it is that we're trying to do with an operator. So you're taking a value and then transforming it into a different value. And that sequence of those different values that you obtain by transforming the values emitted by an observable will itself become another stream of values and consequently will become another observable. So you can derive one observable from another observable. But the second observable is dependent upon the first one. So it depends, its behavior is tied to the first one through the use of this operator. We will see examples of these as we go through some of the exercises in this course, in this lesson and subsequent lessons. What about Angular and RxJS? How do they come together? Angular, as we mentioned earlier, supports a number of observables on its own. And this support of observables in Angular enables you to do some reactive programming with your Angular application, within your Angular application. So, for example, forms in Angular. We saw reactive forms already in one of the earlier lessons. At that point, I never mentioned the word observable explicitly there. But now that we know observable, we'll go back to the reactive form and then do some transformation to the reactive form. Forms themselves become observables in Angular, and any changes in the values of any of the form elements can be outputted and observed by subscribing to the observable that the Angular framework provides to us. Similarly, HTTP, which we will encounter in the next module of this course, will also be based around observables. So when your service goes and fetches data from the server, the HTTP library or the HTTP module in Angular supports observables. So whenever you perform any of the methods, get, put, post, or delete using HTTP, they will yield you an observable, which you can then subscribe within your service and then subsequently transform it and then give it to your components, and the components can subscribe to the observables that the services provide by transforming the HTTP streams, and so on. So that is where the reactive programming and flow of data through your Angular application becomes very straightforward. Similarly, there is an async pipe, which we will encounter later in this course, and also change detection built around observables in Angular. You will see some examples of this in the rest of this course. Now, getting back to the question that we saw in the previous slide, how do you take an observable and transform it into another observable? Here is an example that you will encounter in the exercise that follows this lecture. So here we have the uh, route parameter within our menu component, which uses the route parameter to supply the value of the selected dish to the dish detail component. So the route parameter becomes an observable. Angular's router module has an activated route service which supports a bunch of observables, and one among them being the params observable. The params observable is tied to the route parameters, and so any changes to the parameters in the URL that you encounter will be emitted as a observable. Now, so when you get that observable, so as you can see, you can get access to this observable by saying this route params in your code. So the params itself is an observable here. Now, to this params observable, you can apply an operator, like an operator here called switch map. We'll see the use of this in the exercise. The switch map operator takes the params observable and and then transforms the params observable into another observable, which is a dish. It takes the params value and then extracts the ID value from the params, which gives you access to the route parameter, the ID route parameter that you have specified, and then uses that to go and fetch the dish. So every time the route parameter changes, it will result in a fetching of a new dish. And so every time the parameter changes, which is equivalent to emitting a new value by the params observable, that gets transformed into fetching of the new dish for which that is the corresponding ID. So the dish will then become another observable. Now, when this dish observable becomes available, you can subscribe to this dish observable here and then obtain the dish value. And then when you obtain the dish value, then you can take the dish value and then equate your dish variable within your dish detail component to that dish value. So thereby, any change to the route parameter propagates through this switch map operator into another observable, which, when observed through the subscribe, will enable you to transform that and assign that to the dish. And when this happens, your view can get updated with the new dish that has been obtained from the service. So now you see how the data flows through the route parameter, through the switch map operator, and into resulting in a change of the view of your dish detail component. That's the reason why observable-based programming or reactive programming in Angular becomes very useful for implementing certain features within your Angular application. This being one such example. We will see the use of this particular example in the exercise that follows this lecture. I thought I'd make it easy for you to remember all this by just singing this ode to observables. You should sing this to the tune of You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon of the Simon and Garfunkel fame. If you're turning around and saying, who's Paul Simon? Sorry, different generation. Now that you have had your first introduction to reactive programming, RxJS, and the use of the observer pattern and how Angular leverages the observer pattern and supports reactive programming, let's move on to our very first exercise to get our feet wet using the observables in Angular. In this exercise, we're going to update our services to make use of observables, because when we move on to the next module where we will look at HTTP support in Angular, we will immediately understand that HTTP support in Angular is based around observables. So it is a good idea for us to get ourselves acquainted with using observables in this lesson itself. So we will update the services to export observables. Thereafter, within our components, we will subscribe to these observables and obtain the data required for rendering the views. Let's go on to the exercise next. You must be wondering, how do we make use of RxJS within Angular? And is it already available to us? So what you will notice is that with the Angular CLI, when you scaffold out your Angular application, RxJS is automatically included in there. So if you go to the package.json file, you would notice that within the dependencies, the RxJS library is already included within your application. So whatever you need to use from RxJS is already available to you. So we can go ahead and use the RxJS library right away within our Angular application. If you are building your Angular application from scratch, then you need to explicitly do an npm install of RxJS. Going to the dishservice.js file, let me first import the auth from Rx JS observable. And we will also import, now, when you use RxJS within your Angular application, the entire library doesn't get included. You can only import whatever parts that you need from the RxJS library and then use it within your Angular application. So when your Angular application is finally prepared for deployment, only those parts from RxJS that are required will be included within your Angular application. The delay operator. The delay operator enables us to delay the emitting of the item from our observable. Going to the methods, we will now update these methods to make use of observables, and we will return a promise by converting the observable into a promise using the toPromise operator. So if you are already having your components that are using promises and you want to not modify the components, you can simply convert an observable to your promise and then send the promise over to your components. As we realize, promises will emit only one item, whereas observables, you can see that observables are based on streams. So that's the limitation that you will get if you just use the toPromise operator on observables and make use of it, because the toPromise operator will enable your observable to only emit one value. So, but for the moment, let's do it as the first step before you move into the full observable implementation of our services. So going to the get dishes method, I'm going to return this dishes. So I'm going to remove that part and then say return off. And if you want to emit only one value from your observable, you will use the off method, and which will take in whatever value that you want to emit in there. And that suffices for our current application at the moment. So we're going to make use of that. And also, we want to delay the emitting of the value by 2 seconds. So I'm going to change this part of the code to use the delay operator for my observable using pipe, and I need to convert this to promise and emit the promise. So now my get dishes method is updated to make use of an observable and then convert that into a promise and then send out the promise to my component. So I don't need to do any updates of the component. Let's use the same approach to update the remaining 2 methods of my service here. So I'm just going to copy this part and then update that part. Then take the delay part of it and then update this part to use the delay and convert this to a to promise. So with that, my get dish method is also updated. Let me do the same thing to the get featured dish method. Again, if you want to, you can type out the whole thing. I'm just being lazy to only cut and paste and change the parts that I want to change and convert this to promise method. That's it. My service is now updated to return promises from an observable here. So with this update, my dish service is updated to make use of observables rather than directly using the values. Similarly, go ahead and update the leader service and the promotions. You would now notice that I have already updated the leader service to make use of observables. Similarly, I have also updated the promotion service to make use of observables. Save the changes and let's go and take a look at our application. When you go to the browser, you would notice that your application performs exactly the same way as before and uh, fetches the data from the services just like before. So not much of a change within your application as such. It performs exactly the same. So notice that by substituting your promises with observables, there hasn't been much change within your application as you expected. Now, let's go one step further. We will now let our services return observables and we will update the components to make use of observables. The reason, as I mentioned, is because when we update our services to use the HTTP service to go to a server to fetch the data, then we would note that in Angular, the HTTP methods will return observables. And the services can simply pass the observables on to our components and let the components subscribe to these observables and make use of the data that they obtain thereby. So this would be an intermediate step for us to get to that stage. We will get to look at HTTP in the next module. Returning to our services, you can now remove the toPromise first by removing the toPromise operator because we don't need it anymore. And then we will simply remove the toPromise from this, import observable, and then instead let our
This ending was true Korean love chat. It was amazing, unlike no American low testo love stories or love triumphs.
It's not a true love. It's a stalker.
Guys, so romantic, you were so happy for the best standing ever feels strong and
No, it's not. After 9 months of thanks so much, 감사합니다. Thank you. And the game was shorter than I thought. I was gonna do this cooking science experiment and then game and then that was gonna be it, but I think it's way too short and that's only get 5 hours and 49 minutes.
method return observables instead of promises. So as I mentioned, whatever a promise can do, an observable can also do. So let's update all these to
Blink twice if you like. Nice and friends.
Wait, how? There's no other guy. So this statement, there are three endings. One is my ending
return observables.
that gets
Do the same to the remaining two services.
Stalker
You would now notice that I have also updated the leader service to simply return observables instead of
very bad. The third one is true really. Then from the first one, I think second one we saw it probably was like imagine who just died. Who just died instead of being forced to stay in stalker.
of promises, and also the promotion service has been correspondingly updated to return observable instead of promises. Now, what this means is that we need to go and update our components to make use of observables rather than promises as we did earlier. Now, for promise, we saw that we need to use the dot then to get hold of the result when the resolve of the promise is executed. With an observable, the dot then gets converted to dot subscribe. The way you consume the data will remain exactly the same. So with that minor change within your components will now be able to handle observables rather than promises. So going to all the four components that make use of the services, first, let's go to the menu component.ts file. In the menu component.ts file, you will immediately notice the red squiggly line there under the then, obviously because we are not returning a promise, instead we are returning an observable. So just convert the then to subscribe, and that's it. Your menu component is now able to consume the observable values that is being emitted by the observer. Do the same change to the about component.ts file, the dish detail component.ts file, and the home component.ts file. After updating the remaining component TypeScript files, let's go and look at the behavior of our application in the browser. Going to the browser, you will notice no difference in the behavior of our application. This version of our Angular application is updated to use observables instead of promises. So the home component here, the about component performs exactly the same way as before, and the menu component does exactly the same thing, and also the dish detail component will behave exactly the same way as before. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we took our first steps towards using observables within our Angular application by updating the services and correspondingly the components to make use of observables in place of promises. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message rxjs part 1.
2. It's not super It's quite easy. It doesn't take long time. So we're gonna add vegetable oil here. Oh, shit. Exploded. Quite a lot of vegetable. No, butter is not. I ordered a barbecue grill. Did I tell you? So that we can do the cake. Straight. Very good. And also, I ordered takoyaki, takoyaki machine. So we're gonna make takoyaki. We'll buy them during 500 second strip. And we're gonna cook takoyaki. Takoyaki? Put some Cetaphil in there. No, Cetaphil is for something else, moisturizing. I found this on Elephant's Nest. Okay. So So what we're gonna do is we need a wax paper and this, we need rice paper and that's it. Rice paper goes next to the stove. I'm not sure. No, this looks like plastic, but it's not. There is something really cool. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wow. Maybe oil is not too hot yet. Wait for it. This is not science experiment. This is real cooking. Just wait for it. Wait. Just wait for it. It's gonna become. It becomes cheap. Becomes cheap. Like cheap. Why is it not working? Maybe oil should be way hotter. Let's read it.
Let's go to my Saturday. Unbelievable. Okay. Touchdown Bucks last second. What a half. Refresh red. No, if you missed it, you missed it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's some. The frick. That's fans community right after the. And so, by dividing the weight and the girth of the peanut. Skip clips? I probably will. By dividing the weight and the girth of the penis by the angle or the, what do we call it again? The yaw? The yaw of the shaft. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? I was joking whenever I said pitch and yaw. I've never seen this episode. You gotta be kidding me. TMI. Any questions so far? Yes, little girl there.
What's a penis?
Oh, good question. Penis is the thing we're talking about that boys have that we're measuring. Yeah, last year. No, it's not true, Monty. Okay, so then let's move on to the example on your study sheet. How about, could you read the first example for the class? We're here I am. Example 1, young lady. Please read the problem out loud.
Example 1. Randy has a penis that is 4.4 inches in length.
4.4 inches?
Its angle is 32 degrees. Its basic girth is 1 inch in diameter.
Oh
Its
my
balls are
gosh.
7 centimeters from the base.
7 centimeters?
Randy notes that the drift of his penis is 4 centimeters to penis right, and his dead weight is 0.5 kilograms.
Great, and so divide by the 17, carry the 1, and we can see that Randy's adjusted penis size, or TMI, is 6.3 inches. Do we know that? Randy's length is 4.4 inches, but his adjusted length is 6.3. So how does our example person, Randy, compare to others on the TMI scale? By referring again to the TMI chart, we see that a TMI of 6.3 is 0.8 inches more than the national average.
Oh, my name is Rebecca Ternani, and I'm an actual doctor of human sexuality and behavior. Unfortunately, you have been taught some very wrong ideas in the past couple of days, and I am here to set things straight. Oh, I want you to try and forget these wild theories and understand that all that takes one when it comes to a man and a woman making love is actually length times girth over angle of the shaft divided by mass over width.
Okay, look, we get the point. Listen, this is not. But this doesn't matter, okay? It's not. Look, I am not. I don't even think that's accurate, okay? I'm just saying that is too big. Okay, no misusers. Stop misusing. I'm just looking at chat while it's on Amazon. When the Asian candy market plans ahead. What is a candy market? I love the face. Oh, shit. Can you guys read chat? What is this?
S-Fans 8.1 game. Okay. S-Fan Dolby surround sound TVs. This isn't okay. Finish it? Are you serious? You guys want to watch that whole video? It's the same joke over and over again. Okay. Okay, this is too far. There's no way this is real. I thought, is it? I thought Korean culture was like Omega Prude. Is Jack Bates? Oh, sorry. I guess I thought it was Korean because of the oh, Asian. Sorry. I should have read the text. My bad. I get caught up on all the subs and research in a second. What the heck am I watching? Now you know how I feel every second of my life. Nice, dude. I hope Bucks Bills. That's what I want. I want Bucks Bills. skip to the end. That was great. That was really good. Because it made it better. Not skipping made it better. Hey, well, yeah, we saw this one. Step in. What do you think? Sorry, it's too easy.
Changes into a monkey tank. Love these numbers.
What are you doing? What can you? Why did you put? What are you doing? Pervert? Freaking pervert! Actually, yeah.
Okay, so anyway. Mr. Hobbs, thank you for the form of the stash. Maybe. I really want to bring back the stash. I might come back Tuesday freaking full freaking stashed out. Cormax came I think it was 4 months, Kaiser Bowl 20 months. Yeah, dude. Bucks, Bills. That's what I want. I want Bucks Bills. So yeah. Do I need to do the commercial break time? Let me yeah. Let me do commercial break time while I'm shouting out stuff and stuff here quick. Let me do it. Bunch of looking good. Okay. Maybe bigger than 14 months, one step dip into performance, big class, thank you, big class for year one, shove up into the 9 months, while members in that 2 months, and done that 3 months, and longer than everything, 2 months, 3 months, tell me that thank you for the 6 months, thank you. Oil to fuel, oil to still, but 17 months, I'm the carry it on. Trust them, too. Okay, thank you guys so much, man. Okay, awesome. This is my app. I already did. You didn't get it? That's all I care about is that pre-roll. Okay. So, for some people get ads. Open it up again. Okay. As done. Dude, honestly, 90 seconds is so freaking short. Like, you don't even realize. Okay. Last night. Long, man. Okay. Albert, maybe the tier 1 bounce tiger 22 months, 21 months, in seconds. Yes. No, not shipping it. Shipping some materials is funny. Is it weird? I put fire all the time. it smells like hair. Oh yeah, it smells like that. Okay, unbelievable. Okay. Nice. No, not nice. Unbelievable. That is a freaking the Paladin stream, I just fully and truthfully. Okay. Yeah, not good, not good. You know, I'm down for that. Let's try that. I think that's beautiful. Let's get this one. Okay, very good. Sorry, Steve, but that's beautiful, but does it actually not matter? Does it actually relate to me or no?
You don't have to watch it. I watch mine. You know what?
Okay, unnecessary. Yeah. Okay, true. Invitation. We're not trying to talk about that. We're now asking. Listen, on Tuesdays, that's my rate. Okay, you want to complain about my stream? Suck my cock. Okay, and don't finish until I'm finished. Okay, and whenever I'm gonna finish is at the end of my last stream. So you're welcome. Okay. Some awards. I got to do this. Some awards. There's no community awards. It'd be a great addition. Best part of this man get them for free. And yeah, you want to. Oh yeah. How do you do that? How do you do that? I got you, W. I'm complaining. Somebody do that. IRL stream. It has been awesome IRL stream. Just yeah, actually, this is true. I think I need to tape it down. So, yes, you're right, I fell. To the quality, it looks fantastic. Also, when you hear the chorus, when you hit the camera. Yeah, this is good. This is good because I noticed this too, and I gotta figure it out because I really do like the IRL streams being really high quality because I feel like that's something that doesn't really happen that often on Twitter. So, the thing is you get two different suits. Okay, that's not what it looks like. It's just the folds. It's the folds of the pants. Okay, it's the folds of the sweatpants. And there's things in my pocket, so it folds and looks like that. Okay, 8.1 out of 8 little camera work. Okay. That's why it says in the version no girl has survived to tell the story. Come on, satanic. Okay, not 8.1 output. Okay. Seriously? Okay. Lol, weird chance. Okay. Asian woman's winners vote conservative in a while. No, I'm not watching this. That's not what it, that's not even what it was. It looked like it. That's it showing who's boss.
As we carry back onto the main track, we walk straight into them. Out in the open. Welcome storm. My first closing countdown, and it's with the man himself.
That's right. I'm just saying there's only one silver back. True. Wait, should we do the green screen contest? We should do the green screen contest. Okay, fine. You guys watch the clip, I'll watch the clip. That's not what it... That's not what it looks like. It's not what it looked like.
I don't think so.
Yeah, see, she knows. It's when you put your stuff, because I put my legs together and it lives. put your legs together, it lifts, and it's not what it looks like. Okay. That's not what it looks like. Okay. It's not. Okay. Come on. 18.1. This suit actually looked pretty good though, didn't it? Twitch this week.
Okay, let's see what we're working with. Whoa. Nice cut. Thick, but not too nice. Perfect length. A nice 80-degree angle. Yeah, it could turn the hairs a bit, but we're working. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good guy. 8.5 out there. Good job, kid.
Dude, if it's an 8.1, I would have cried. Okay. X-Men joins the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Why does this only have 2 upvotes? Is this worth watching? It only has 2 upvotes. It's 3 minutes long. Oh, Italian Spider-Man. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. Sag. Majora's Wednesday. Majora's Wednesday. Yes, Majora's Wednesday. I'm getting the stash, dude. This would have been so great if I had the stash today. Stash on Tuesday probably. That's fan oopsie. Okay. Anticlimactic. That's like that into just friends. Okay, 2 women. Why is it always women? I need man. Okay, it's not. Okay, anticlimactic. This is a good stream, man. This was such a good stream. I gotta get Finn to download this in post. To the second stream. It's not what's expected. This is so funny, dude. This is so funny, dude. Okay, are you gonna play today? Wait, what am I gonna play? No, I already beat Hitman. I one-shot it. I one-shot it. No, honestly, I'm not gonna say Hitman doesn't have replay value, though. I think this game has a lot of replay value. I just don't know if I'm gonna replay it anytime soon. No spoilers? Spoilers, we're weird. This is best Donald impression. Okay, not available. Alright, I don't know why that happened. How does specific top-rate agent point out high-stake assassin moves? Wait, what's wrong with my Twitch? Do the hardcore, you die mode when they come out for Hitman. Wait, what is this hardcore mode? What is hardcore mode for? If I die, you're dead for good. Muffin Assassin, dude, this was great too. I love the Hitman games. Am I in danger? If you die in game, you die IRL. This is a good game, man. This is a very good game. I know some people said, and I felt this way too, that it was like a. I don't know why clicking isn't pausing it. Twitch freaking out again. The idea, the Hitman 3, a lot of people, and I felt this way too. I noticed this after the fact. A lot of people felt like Hitman 3 felt a little bit like an extension of Hitman 2. Like they didn't add any new mechanics or anything crazy, but I think that's fine. I don't think they need to reinvent it. Right? Hackers are getting spanked. Let me see. Hackers versus bugs. Oh, what? What? Do they need to have more mission stories? Well, you know what? The last one was like that too. I don't think I played Hitman 1. I played Hitman 2. Tom Brady's balling out right now. 14 for 23, 210 yards, 3 touchdowns. Woo! That's big. That's real freaking big. Chris Godwin has 100. Look at this, dude. The freaking spread the ball around. Mike Evans 2 catches. Chris Godwin 4 catches. Scott Miller 2 catches. Leonard Fournette 4 catches. Like this is clean. That's nasty. Aaron Rodgers not doing too hot. Yeah, but you know what it comes down to? Let's see this. Defensively, how many sacks have they had? Look at that. 3 sacks, a pick. I mean, that's pressure. How are the Packers doing? I bet the Packers 1 sack. Yeah. A lot of times, that's what it comes down to, dude. A little bit of pressure will go a long way in football. Yeah. We've had 14 points out of turnovers. Yeah. That's really, really good. How many fumbles? It's not showing fumble. Okay. I'm gonna skip some of these clips because of just for time purposes, and I have a lot I want to do today. I have to end stream tonight. Aaron Jones just fumbled. Okay. I'm gonna skip some of these unless I have a lot of upvotes because I want to. What was this? Hi to the North. I want to get on with it. I want to do some human benchmark stuff, and then we're going to play Madden. Remember, I have meetings. Sunday nights I have meetings at 10 o'clock, so, yeah. And I showed a little bit late today, so, as soon as I don't travel anymore. Copy it. Police officer grabs and strokes man's generals thinking it's a weapon. Okay, we're not watching this. SFan TV easy clap. This is a clip we're going to skip. SFan Hitman 3 tactics. This is pretty true. It's actually true. Like, here's what happens. Whenever I play Hitman, here's what happens. I am, like, I'm trying to be stealth, but if something goes wrong and I have to eliminate a threat, like, if I tell you I have to kill you, it's basically that. That's why that happens. 47 is in the wrong profession. 100% accuracy. Can throw any object, one-man team. When they throw games, non-armed can only throw INTs. That's true, actually. He's got a great arm. He does have a great arm. Agent 47 does. Ginny recommends a chat and you diet. What? Something's fishy. See, if I tell you, I have to kill you with a fish. Okay, I said I was going to watch clips. Hello, good. Please proceed. Man, this is fun. This is a great game. Just check That's what it meant for the gameplay style. Okay, I know what this is, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say true. Esfand is using Jimmy the parent. Imagine Esfand was the woman. I don't want to watch this. Okay, Esfand pulls a summon. Okay, I remember this actually. I don't think it's gonna work like I wanted it to. Come on. I haven't spent watching videos on your channels of Real King. Welcome to stream, dude. Luke Goblin, come on. Look, dude, Woody, thank you for the 3 months. SPNL, Adir, thank you for the 3 months of Twitch Prime. Crispy Tuesday Prime, 11 months. Real Herbicide, thank you for the 11 months Prime. Albert, we got Albert, Bounce, Tyken, Gator, Dane the same. We got all those. Thank you guys so much, man. Timmy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Look, mistakes were made. John Frick, 2.0. Nice. I don't know if it's 2.0. Yeah, thank you for all the subs. Gorilla King, thank you, man. I'm glad you like my channel, dude. Please notice me. I sub now. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. You've been noticed. See you, Malakovic. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Timmy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. This is good. This is very good, actually. Very good. Fine work, Agent 8.1. What's up, Dizzy? I saw you pull that on purpose. Okay, like, yeah, you know what makes this? You know what makes this so fun? What makes the Hitman game so fun is the inherent seriousness of every situation. Everything that happens is so unbelievably serious that it makes it funny. That's why I think it's so good. It's because it's just like something really, really stupid will happen and they're really serious about it and it makes it great. Baby fan. The frick, that actually looks terrifying. I look like a life-size doll or a human adult-sized doll. True. He wasn't lying to Judy. He said XL was too tight for him. Okay, that's not what I meant. That's, come on. My man. You're okay. I'm not. S-Man is doing stealth. I am doing stealth. Exposed weird chat. I'm not exposed all day, boy. It's live. I am doing stealth. I am doing. Please don't. Please don't. Stealth. Okay. As I explained when he'll play Majora's Mask. Listen, Majora's Mask on Wednesday. Okay, Majora's Mask on Wednesday. I promise. Okay, Majora's Mask on Wednesday. Wednesday is Majora's Mask. Okay, I promise. This is New Year's Rustman, a Hitman and a Pro, and it's on Majora's Mask. Okay, that's not true. Wednesday. SM made it to the WWE. Nice. Okay. Yo, been watching you guys recently make this masterpiece. We love Queen Judy and SVN, you cool too. Can't wait for the amazing content. Okay, I'm gonna full screen this real quick in case. Okay, it looked a little bit like the thumbnail, it looked a little bit like a dog. That's why I scanned it. Full screen for a second. Number one, just SVN, will W. Shameless. No, this is not. No, we're just friends, okay? But thank you. Rare documentary was served by SVN before streaming days. Ooh. True. Potential posture. We made a stream idea generator using another thing. Hey, I know that sometimes it's hard to come up with what to do, talk about between game during chat, when the chat is silent. So I would recommend using this tool to give you a random prompt that 142 plus ideas. Okay. SVN is the solution. Me, all the opportunities, life goals, shyness, social anxiety, self-doubt, low self-esteem, low confidence. True. Yeah, you guys understand? True. That is the secret right here. Yes, the secret is right here. I will bridge the gap across all of your problems in life, okay? Esfand is a trap like the Looney Tunes. No, it's not a trap, okay? I'm bridging the gap. I'm helping you overcome everything that holds you back. It's only $5. Everything that holds you back will be solved by being a sub to my channel. It's not a trap, okay? It's not a trap.
Committed to which Wednesday you're expecting a son.
This current Wednesday.
Your best relationships start out as really good friendships.
No, it's never gonna happen. Luigi, thank you for the $5. Menace, thank you for the Prime. The Killer, thank you for 6 months. Thank you to Killer. The Sweet, thank you for the Prime. Readers so proud. I bought a new pen. Are you two doing yoga stream today? No. But thank you to the $10. Thank you so much, dude. The gap is 8.1 inches. It's not true. Esfand is the solution, yes, true. Esfand versus Shivers.
Just stay away from my fucking lady friend.
Esfand doll. Esfand, time to eat. Say ah, time to go. Look, I'm not, no, this is not true, okay? This is not how things work, okay? She's just here, hanging out, friends, and also make food for me. And clean, which she needs to do better job. Good vibes. Yo, found this gem. Watch for a minute and a half. Feel strong, man. Because when I first followed Esfand, I didn't even know he knew all these guys who connected in a new way. I just liked the guy, thought his streams and Reddit posts hilarious. I started posting slaves drawn at the center of the cult. It's not a cult. It's inspiring to see how the community reflects the same support that streamers show each other. Usually posting on my channel some way, and obviously Esfand's for true cult leader. The first time I read my comment. Oh yeah, this is an old one. Yeah, it's an old one. Yeah, it's an old one. Wall Street Bets. 805. This video is gonna be pretty funny. This is gonna be pretty good. Can I have the original? Me too. It's on the OTK. The original is on the OTK Twitter. Stadium streams. Yeah, I really do miss streaming the stadium, man. I really do miss streaming the stadium. Yo, S, I made you something special. The Bill Cosby experience. Ooh.
You're listening to a Bill Cosby.
Wait, that's not what I meant by the Bill Cosby experience. Ooh. I meant ooh, he made something. I realized how that sounded right after it. Anyway.
Experience exclusive.
Try this. This is edited. I didn't say that. Okay.
Where's the flora? Next in line, just like exploit quantum science.
Okay, come on.
Calculations, not a ruse. Trying to hide, but it's sublime. 8.1 characterized. 8.1 aesthetic fields. Leader of the gods, built like Val. Don't be afraid, smash red and blade. Monster hero, it's man and darling.
Actually, it was actually kind of good. I didn't realize I. Okay. This is actually good. I made the Zelda Fire Temple roller coaster. I spent installing his majority. What? Fire Temple. This is 8.1 thing. It's Dolby Surround. Don't worry about it. Coastal Link with the 7 months, dude. All streamers are liars. I don't believe you. Unbelievable. CDM Gamer, thank you for the 15 months. Estimator, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Menace, thank you for the Prime. Speed to the Moon, Tier 1. Thank you, man. The Killer, 6 months. Oh yeah, I got that one. Okay, good. Ooh. Wait, this is actually like Fire Temple. Man, the Ocarina streams are so good, dude. One of the best games, probably the best stream game playthrough that I've ever done. Like on porn with Final Fantasy VII, both of them. Oh, frick. This is good. This is very good. I'm gonna go watch the game. Alright, dude. It's been a while. What's up, DX Leslie? The beautiful and sexy today. Thank you, Big Jeff. KOTOR was good too. That's true. KOTOR was really good too. What's his name with? Planet Coaster. You have to feed me again. Oh, that's fine. I'll feed you more. That's good. This is really good and fairly accurate. Like a good rendition of it. Did you run a good KOTOR? Oh, I don't think so. What's up, World Corp? What's your name? Yeah, dude. Sacramento Condors. Nice. Congrats. Doing good, man. This is good, dude. This is really good, dude. This is cool. Couple of rooms. Look at that. Play the jump. Very good. That's been reviewing outside the subreddit. Meanwhile, the Jokers had it, so they laugh at my boner, will they? I'll show them. I'll show them my boner. Okay, it's not. I didn't have it. Okay. It was like Pogo fan. Your jam. I actually talked about your jam next. It's been like 3 months since you've done it. I actually did. Well, I actually was supposed to go to the doctor yesterday, and my appointment got. It's hard to explain. Sven makes a friend at the zoo. Not yesterday, a couple days ago.
Yes. Thought this effect was very accurate about telling you that your love of 8.1 Dolby surround sound.
No, maybe that's not a real thing. Okay. Big dick. Big nice cock. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, so much. Yes, dear. No one literally, no one Juniper chat. Yeah, actually true. It's kind of weird. Good thing Advantage 8.1.
Big is better.
Well, it's not sometimes, it's always.
Fresh Reddit? No, we'll get to the rest of it on tomorrow's Monday, so Tuesday. Wait, why did the clip go so much longer afterwards? Okay, Dark Fan.
Yeah. Junior, do you have the car keys? I don't have my car keys. It's fine, I'm gonna Uber.
I don't get it. That was interesting. Bulge. No, this was supposed to be funny because this was to show my padded shirt. Okay. Okay. Reach it. I only watch wrestling. Okay, unbelievable. Look, listen. You watch everybody for everybody, okay? You watch everybody for everybody. Easy.
And I loved it, but I don't know who.
Hey,
We should marry him. And I loved it, but I don't know who.
hey. I don't get it. Jenny! Thank you for the raid. Hello. What's up, guys? Hello, guys. Today what we're gonna do is one, we're gonna open tables, right? Except one is 3. 2, we're going to we're gonna test our human limits. We're gonna do some human benchmark stuff, and that's gonna be good. And then 1, we're gonna finish recap. Okay. It's gonna be good. Also, the Iron stream is really good. It's really fun. The body movement, true. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Red. What's up, guys? Hello. Those of you guys who don't know me, my name is Steven Bunnell. When reality hits you. Bed frame building? Yeah, I wanted to do that, but I don't know where the parts are. Like the stuff is gotten the stuff is gotten spread out throughout the house, and I don't want to like spend forever trying to search through it. So maybe we'll do that on Tuesday or Wednesday before Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is gonna be on Wednesday. Tuesday is gonna be a WoW day, and what I might do on Tuesday is I might like mash recap and WoW together from now on, and then if Tuesday WoW day is like basically whenever I'm doing retail, I'm just gonna do recap and retail WoW at the same time and then I'll do my classic raid night, and then that's like a 12-hour stream. So that's good. We put a WoW today. No, not today. For a little bit, I might just do Tuesdays, and then I might be taking a break from WoW altogether for a while. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a possibility, right? If Ginny hits 60, and we might do like some viewer raids and dungeons and stuff with Ginny once she hits level 60. She's getting pretty close, so that might actually happen. But other than that, maybe we're gonna take a break from WoW for a little bit. What do we got here? Joy. It's a joke. Proposal failed. Crying face emoji. Frick. Frick again. Double frick. This is a good debate, dude. This is a good prank.
Double checking.
Yeah, I'm double checking.
This is a good prank. This is actually a good prank. Click.
Tower of America is right there in the town.
Unbelievable.
You mean the 8.1-inch tower?
Don't fight. Ezra get hit or run the drama in. Ginny better treat Ezra. Bro, how's it her fault? When I go a little hyper flat. Yeah, dude, it actually like it gets weird sometimes. Like, hey, dude, freaking this channel totally farmed. Like, look at these comments. They totally farmed it. But so these people don't understand like sarcasm or nuance or like memeing and just like being silly. Like, people think like I'm actually like fighting with Ginny or like arguing with her when it's just funny. It's just trolling, right? It's so funny, dude. I don't know. Stop enabling that. I can't help it. It is what it is. Maybe I'll tone it down a little bit, but.
They are not dating her.
True. Can you guys see that movie Born in East LA? Posted the photo. I edited it. This video is gonna be good. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, this video is gonna be good. Oh, what's prep for Majora's Mask? Ooh, Smooth McGroove. That's tons of Zelda acapella. Majora's Mask. Clock down day 3. Smooth McGroove's a WoW guy. Bum ba 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 bum ba bum. He's very talented. That's it. That's been volunteering at Chuck E. Cheese. Okay. This is not me, even though I do want to bring the mustache back. I do want to bring the mustache back. Probably on Tuesday, the mustache is coming back. That's been wonders happening. Okay, this is weird. Okay, that's a weird one. Don't do that. 2 times the Clippers. Go back. I was watching that. No, we're not gonna watch a clip of Amaranth yawning with that context. 2 times the Clippers. Wholesome streamer striper sends that span and Ginny cake. What did he tell the restaurant? Ginny got sent celebrate the anniversary. He told That's dude. Yeah, that's funny. seamless one. It's too funny. That is way too funny. Let's actually we should compare. Okay, let's see. Let's compare. Okay. Clipsters. Let's compare. 35K, 21 hours. Let's see. S-Band TV Daily Dose of. Ooh. Yeah, the other one. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. Oh, but this is also a 131. Wait a second. Hold. Inherently, the shorter videos do much better. So this being a 120. Oh, that was a longer video. Shameless. Thank you, Jenny Esman. Best non-dating stepmother, stepson, doesn't house me. Gun to just friends, only friends. Don't be weird to a chat. Bring us your best friends, not dating. Look. Yeah. That's all better to be. All better. Okay. And again, another freaking awesome picture from Alex. Really, really good. Not a date. It's not a date, okay? Months of pent-up trying not to explode. Look, it's not gonna happen. Okay, sorry. Like, period. Like, it's not like actually for real. It's not gonna happen. Period. Okay. Yes, my queen. Maybe a shitty watercolor. Judy this way. As soon as I dyes hair too. I don't think I want to dye my hair, because I don't want to.
One new special report. Hagrid man proposes to Benjamin Girl on the street.
True, actually. We're gonna do that. I don't want to damage my hair. I think it would damage my hair. Yeah. When anything happened on OT server and S-Band was anywhere nearby, going away. Sure, actually. S-Band and Judy get wedding. Okay, I already said that. Okay. S-Band TV is growing.
Very, very big growth. The biggest, I would say. We've grown very bigly over the course of the last 3 months. There are several reasons for this, and we will get into that here.
Dude, my Twitch Docs shareholders meeting stream was really good. Yeah. That Twitch Docs shareholders meeting stream was really, really good. I would like to do another thing like that. So we have similar hair that I would screw your hair, trust me. Yeah, like I don't know, like I got like kind of okay, that's not okay. Twitter. This is the real picture, okay? I'm gonna bring back the stat. This is the real picture, okay? I'm gonna bring back the stat. I'm feeling it, okay? I almost did it today. Photoshop. No, this is the real one. I almost did it today. I thought about it. Okay, we're gonna save the rest of these, so we have to the beginning of stream. But look, I'm gonna do some human benchmark today, okay? I wanna touch my wrist with human benchmark. I have what it takes to go to the bathroom really quick, and then come back and be the most physically gifted human being, mentally gifted human being, and the handsome human being ever in their life. So give me a second, I will be right back. What do I got? So, guys, I have a couple things here.
Oh my gosh, we don't have tabs.
Listen, guys, game fuel, alertness, accuracy. Bucks are giving it, they're gonna go flush. I freaking flushed right now. Okay. First off, reaction time. Okay. Here's why I did this. I saw a clip of somebody doing this like 40 some odd times. Like, what is the average? Statistics say the average. My goal is to get above average in every single one of these things. Can you cut? Oh, frick. I threw it away. I'll go another one. Reaction time. What is the average? The average is 225. The average mini is 215. Okay. My goal is to show that I'm. You moved to a new house yet? No, new house probably won't be for another 6 months. Okay? I will average below 215. Okay, ready? Wait for 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, ready? Wait for 3. 190, okay. 215. 199. Yeah, that's speed. Chat, that's real. Frick. 201. Average. Okay, that was a warm up. I'm gonna do it again. Here's what we're gonna do. Chat, we're gonna open the pages. We're gonna open the pages. Can I 3 times out of 5 do better than starting this next time? I'll just do a warm up. Do better than 215 MS. Best 3 out of 5. On reaction time. Yes? No, I'm very good at reacting. 1 minute, tables are open right now. It's only 1 minute. So get it in. You gotta get it in fast, chat. It's only 1 minute. 1 minute on the tables. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. 15 times? Okay. Look at that return, dude. On an average of the 4 tries? No, it's going to be the test. I'm going to do the test 3. I'm going to do up to 5 times, and I have to get it 3 times. Okay? You ready? 30 seconds. Get them in, chat.
It's time to okay.
Get them in. Click your channel points button, chat. You got to click your channel points button. Submissions are closed. Ooh. Okay. JJ the Great, 20 months. Sorry, Stews, 2 months. Firehawks, 4 months. Stewie, thank you for the 7 months. Sanic, thank you for the 500 bits. Oh, yeah, I got that one right here. Devin Hands, $5. Thank you, Sock. Okay, ready? Here we go. Starting now. We're at 0. Here we go. Ready? Okay, good. This is the total test, not the individuals. The total, like the average. Okay, the average. We're still looking good. Frick! I missed. I was up. Okay. Okay. Try again. Don't talk about you. It slows you down. I'm talking. I'm not talking. Not allowed in my region. This really sucks. Yeah, it's because of gambling laws. Use VPN. NordVPN Wi-Fi. Okay, I'm not talking anymore. I'm not talking, folks. one. We're 1 for 1. Okay, we're 1 for 1. We're 1 for 1. Okay, 1 for 1. Yeah, not yet. So 1 out of 2. Oh my gosh. I got it. Come on, almost done. Come on. Gotta get that hammer kind of strip. Oh, look at that. First 240 scared me. 2. Okay. Two of 3. Scared me.
Now that you have gotten your feet wet with Angular observables in the previous exercise, you're looking back and saying, oh, observables are not that bad after all. They're fairly straightforward to make use of. So we get a bit more ambitious. Let's go one step further and then make use of a built-in observable within Angular, the params observable that comes from the activated route service within our router module. We'll now update the dish detail component to make use of the params observable from the activated route service to support some new features within our Angular application. Before we move on to update the dish detail component, I want to introduce one more method in my dishservice.ts file. So open dishservice.ts file and then we'll add a new method called getDish IDs. And this basically will return all the dish IDs for all the dishes in our collection of dishes. So to do that, we'll use a return and a off method. And before I do that, this is returning an observable of what kind? This is returning an observable which consists of an array of string, and let's delay it by 2000 milliseconds or 2 seconds. So what is
Easy. Easy check. 198, there it is. Believers, congratulations. 198 left. Guys, the most athletic human being / streamer. So now here's what we're gonna do. Let's average mine and let's see if we can beat my average. Okay. It was 230, not 217. Oh, really? So then let's average mine and see if Jimmy can beat mine. You scan? How do I scan? And I bet 5 times be better than 250 MS on reactions. Who knows? That's exactly what it says.
What is it that we want to return? We want to take the dishes array, extract out all the IDs from the dishes array, and then give it to our dish detail component, because we need that within our dish detail component to implement the new feature that we are going to support in our application. Now, this is one way that I want to implement it. Later on, we can see how we can do it in a much better way in one of the later exercises. At the moment, with the way the service is implemented, this is the best that I could do to implement this solution to demonstrate a new feature. So within the observable, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the dishes array, and to the dishes array, I'm going to use the map array operator, the JavaScript array operator map. So the map operator, how it works is that it takes each item from the dishes array, and we can map that item into another item and then construct another array and then return that uh, modified array. So for each item in my dishes array, I'm going to take that item and then instead extract the dish ID, and then from the dish ID, so I will be ending up constructing a new array out of it, which contains only the IDs, so an array of IDs. And we already see that the IDs are string, so that's what I'm going to return from my dish ID here. That's it, the map array operator. If you look up JavaScript array operators, you will see what the map array operator does. Indeed, the map array operator is also interesting from the perspective of observables, because an observable, as you saw, can also be viewed as an array, a stream of values, which can be viewed as an array. So the map operator can also be used in observables. But at this moment, I am using it simply as a JavaScript array operator. Let's save the changes. Now, we will go to the dish detail component and then update the dish detail component. Now, within the dish detail component, along with the dish, I'm going to declare a variable called dish IDs, which is an array of numbers. String. Now, this dish IDs will store all the IDs of all the dishes that are in my collection of dishes in my menu. And then I will also have two more variables called previous and next of the type string. Now, why do I need these? That will become a bit more clear once you implement the view where I'm going to make use of these. Now, what I will do here is that inside my ng-init, earlier we did let id is equal to plus this route dot snapshot params id. When I did this in the previous exercise, I didn't explain to you what the snapshot was doing and why we are doing it this way, because you needed to understand observables before you understand what the snapshot means. Now, in Angular, the activated route service provides a set of observables. One of the observables is called as params. What this params provides us is a way of obtaining the parameter values within my URL. So you saw that when you introduced the route parameters, you introduced one of the route parameters as :id. That :id becomes available as an observable. So whenever that value changes, you can observe changes in that value and then take action correct.
You get one practice run, then you get 4 from the run. So try again. Why use it 2 hands? It's gonna be slower. One hand repeat. Okay. You just feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Everyone get up as possible. Okay, good. Okay, now this is practice run. That's a practice run. Okay, Jets, from now on, we're gonna start checking, okay? Okay. If she gets 2.5, it'll be a push number 2. If it's higher than 2.5, then if it's higher than 2.5, then should the average be better? No, if it's better, then it's less. So less than 2.5 is 2.5.
correspondingly. But earlier, when we implemented the dish detail component, we didn't know about observables. So I couldn't explain what the snapshot was doing at that point. Now, let me go back and explain exactly what the snapshot does. When we use this snapshot here, what we are doing is we are taking one snapshot from the route service, and then we are obtaining the parameter observable at that particular point of time, the value of the params at that particular point of time, and then making use of it within our application. Although that is not the ideal way of doing it. Instead, so let's make use of the observable directly and then respond whenever that observable changes. So how do we update this code to make use of the observable directly? So what we realize is that from the activated route service, we have the params observable available to us. So we'll make use of the params observable, and anytime there is a change in the params observable, we can initiate a change within our dish detail component. Let me illustrate to you how we will make use of the params observable by updating this code. So going to this code, what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to change this into saying I have this route, and from this route I have the params available already. So I'm going to remove the snapshot and I use the params. So with this params, what I have now is the access to the params observable. So this params observable, now since we have this params observable, I'm going to use an operator on this params observable and then modify it. So the operator that I'm going to use is called switch map operator. The switch map operator enables me to make use of the params observable, and you see the red squiggly line. That means that I need to import the switch map observable in here. So I will go in to my imports here, and then I will import RxJS and operator. So from the params observable, I get params which is of the type params. So recall that we import the observable in here. So I will go in to my imports here, and then I will import RxJS and
memory is next. Memorize the pattern. Okay. Memorize the sequence of buttons that light up and then press them in order. Every time you finish the pattern, it's longer. Wait, this is interesting. So a lot of people make it to 2 and then they can't make it to 3 or 4. Let me get here. So 8 is the beginning. Okay. Okay. Can I get better than 8 in memory sequence? Yes or no? Better than 8. 1 minute, chat. These are fast tables today. Fast tables. I lost all my points. That's not my fault. More than, sorry. If more than 8, so if I get 8, it's a push. If I get 8 exactly, I return points. Just to clarify. 100% it's your fault. You're slow. No, it's not my fault. How many tries? It's 1 time. 1 shot. Ginny stole my points. You're saying it's just stole points. PO Box. I got it in the PO Box. Actually, speaking of which, PO Box stream, chat. PO Box stream on either the 30th or the 31st. I don't know yet. So exclamation point PO Box if you want to send me something. Exclamation point PO Box. Monster Cat does something to the Prime. SSJ, Bitter Bits. Korea's really better. Sign out thing for the 6 months. Big Camp Thunder, thank you for 2 months. Mark UC, bonjour, bonjour, Mark. Thank you for 6 months. MB, thank you for the front. Cruiser, 20 months. Cruiser. Bullshit, 26 months. Thank you. Bullshit, Dodo, 16 months. JJ, been ready 20 months. Thank you, JJ. Movie Boys, thank you for the 7 months. And Firehawks, 4 months. Thank you, everybody else. Nice. Okay. Let's go to the worst thing in the 7 months, man. Now they've been mad because I know you were telling me. Okay. That's good. It's ready to see us here out in Push as well. What's up, man? Welcome to my stream here. Say. Okay. My PO Box will get there until 3rd to 16th of February. That's okay because then we'll just do it the next PO Box. Okay. Are you ready, chat? Torque Monster 7 months. Ready? Believers, you need 8.1 and higher. Okay. If they go in full numbers, okay, so there's no 8.1. It's a one shot, not an accident, one shot. Shoeless Josie for the tier 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, then we got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm gonna smoke this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just had a brain fart.
Operator.
I'm ADHD, come on. I'm not trolling.
So from the params observable, I get params.
I mean, I don't remember if it was this one or this one. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh, I was so scared. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Believers, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, what was the last one? What was the last one?
Which is
Okay.
of the type params. So recall that we imported the params in from the router library here. So we imported params here from the router library, and also we imported the activated route service here, and then we made them available within our constructor here through the activated route. So that's why we are able to do this route params to get hold of the params observable. I'm going to use the switch map operator on the params observable, and then when I get the params observable, what I'm going to do is to take that and then say this dish service get dish, and then this ID now should be obtained by using
Congratulations. Okay, so now can Ginny do better than 12?
the params. You see the params parameter that we have there. From the params,
Congratulations. Plus 8 points each.
I'll say within brackets ID. So what happens is that whenever the params observable changes value, which means that the route parameter changes value, then immediately the switch map operator will take the params value and then do a get dish from my dish service. So this will be automatically initiated, and this will be available as the other observable that is emitted by doing the switch map operator on this observable. So we are creating a new observable, which is the get dish, which is going to return the dish object here. Now, once we get the get dish,
Oh, yes! Sweet boy! Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Look at that. Look at that, dude. Woo! Champion. As soon as distracting. I'm not distracting.
Yeah, see what's distracting me? I was like, meow, meow, eh.
Wait, this is not my fault. This is the distraction. It's too close, okay? This is not an important distraction. Okay? Would you get better as well? No, she did not. Believers in S-Man, the hours of duty. Congratulations. Okay. So, the next test. Hashem, sweet victory. Hashem, waste show, thank you for the 29 months, dude. Thank you for the 29 months. Hey, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Okay, this is good. So I'm gonna go grab the game fuel. Okay, be right back, Chad. Jenny, meet us.
This is fun. I pressed the wrong button. Damn it, I pressed the wrong button. Pressed the wrong button.
So, the next one. Crazy aspect, dude. Think of the 10 months. Okay, think of the $5 game. Okay. The next one is aim trainer. You think you're a better aimer than I am? Actually, Jimmy, you started. When you started streaming, what did you stream? Okay. She was a PUBG streamer. Right?
No, I was thinking the first one was me, and then I
dish there, where that can now be available as an observable, and then I just subscribe to that observable using the subscribe here, and then there I obtain the dish. This dish is obtained by doing this get dish here, and that dish then I can make use to map it into my dish variable that I have declared. And so this way my dish now
Should I get one? Do I get one practice round? No, no practice. No practice. No practice. It goes off results. No. Track. Let's go again. Let's open the tables. Can I do better than, who is it, 450 ms? 450 ms on AIM Trainer. Yes or no? 1 minute, chat. Tables are now open. That's 450 ms. Look, I mean, average. I'm not better than average, okay? I'm just Yeah, like 393. Look, I had like real speed. Speed, violence, momentum, you name it, I got it. Really, it's Sounded out like a 380. Okay, so what was it? 382 was the first one. Believers, congratulations. Believers, True.com, that's going to be there. For the MSES again. Congratulations, believers. Next one, can Jimmy beat my 382? Okay? Lower is better. That's how speed works. What do you guys not understand about it? Thanks for smiling. 33 months. What's up, dude? Thank you, man. Your weight? 118.
Okay. Will Jimmy beat? I would like to get
Well, Jimmy beat his fans. 382. Yes. Thank you, Chad.
So what do I have to do?
You have to get 380, 381 or lower. If she happens to hit exactly 382, which is how good it might be, it'll be a push on return points. Okay. Number 82? No, 382. It says number 82, it's 382, okay? It's
For some reason, your 8.1 bits, we think that you advanced. I don't know.
Okay, chat, what is the genre of music called right now? Once I miss one.
No, that's why I was like,
Drum and bass? I like this stuff. Listen to this here. FPS game, August. Ready? I like that. I want to have more songs like this. That's pretty fun. Drum and bass. Yeah, we're in the numbers. Oh, you wanna go first? Ooh. Okay, chat, should Judy go first or one? Yeah, he can't hit target to save his life for us. Quick. Okay. The average person can only remember 7-digit numbers reliably, but it's possible to do much better using mnemonic techniques. What's mnemonic? Is that something demonic? Or like an opposite? I don't know. Okay, so what is this? What does it have? 9 points. Actually, I try first. Are you sure? Okay. The average person can remember 7 numbers at once. Can you do that? Tom Brady's going in. Okay. That's crazy, dude. The Bucks basically bought us. That's crazy. Okay, Bucks Bills. Let's go, dude. This is Drew best man as a god FPS game. Ready? Ready? Watch this. 1, 2. Oh, shit! Oh, no! You see that, chat? You see the speed? 1, 2. Boom. That's real skill. Ready? Ready? Watch this. 1, 2. Oh, shit! Yeah, that's right. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I popped that thing off. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, number memory. Finish it with? Wait, again. What happens at the end? Ready? Oh, I think it really Joseph, I popped that thing off. Wait, that's the arrow here. Oh, I think it ricocheted. It was a ricochet, chat. It ricocheted. Pastor, we're going to save the game for Tom. Really? Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Good God Almighty. Look, chat, just trust me. Okay. Can I beat a score of 7? Can Esfand beat score of 7 on number memory? I don't quite understand what it is, though. Yes, no. Is it in 7 digits? 1 minute, chat. 1 minute. The tables are open. 1 minute. Here we go, chat. Absol, thank you for the Prime. Joel Lona, 13 months. Megon, thank you for the first Prime. Nakamoto Satoshi, thank you for the 3 months. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. You have ADHD, no way. I can do this. Want to see the PI? Yeah, let's see this. Ooh, thank you. Okay. I don't know, dude. Okay. Are you sure you don't want to finish with me? Do you want to finish doing this? And there's only, we're halfway done. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if you were better at it, if you wouldn't take time. Okay. Yeah. Hops and Turbos, thank you for 2 months. Here's my opinion on this. Technically, yes, it is a PI. Josh Johnson, yeah, I can't remember Chris Cousins. He throws, but it doesn't allow him to really dive. But technically, yeah, this is uncatchable. It kind of sucks that this is kind of maybe like a deciding factor, but it's also like letting the kids play. It's really dumb. Yeah, it's really dumb. Tampa will be the first ever team to host a Super Bowl in their own stadium. Wow, that's sick. Okay, here we go. Watch Stevenson. Okay. We DM'd him in the Discord center. The Bills, really. Okay, remember the longest number you can. 1. What was the number? 1. Okay. 63. Okay. 63. 408. Wait, it's gonna be easy. 7? This is gonna be super easy. 5591. It's gonna be easy. 5591. You want only? Oh, yeah. True. Okay. I'm like nervous because I'm like, this should be easy. 40, 34, 5. Maybe 67, 35. Maybe 67. Okay, that's 6. 68, 44, 28. 68, 44, 28. 66. 44, 28. 68, 68, 44, 28. Oh my gosh, okay. That was close. Okay. So I need to get 8, otherwise it's refund. 75, 41, 27, 8, 75, 31, 27, 75, 41, 27, 8, 75, 41, 27, 8. Oh, believers! Okay. Believers, congratulations. Same for Lincoln Worthy, 17 months. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 points, believers. Okay. Huh? Idea is pretty good, actually. Because I screwed up on most of that. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. 39, going for 9. 37, 46, 57, 62. 37, 46, 57, 62. 37, 46, 57, 62. 37, 46, 57, 62. Ooh, okay. 15, 43, 93, 43. 15, 43, 93, 43. 15, 43, 93, 43. 15, 43, 93, 43, 38. 43. Frick! That was good. 9. 9. Okay. I got the 9. Ginny, can you get 9? Of course. Can Ginny beat Espan's score? Yeah, chat. Here we go, chat. Can Ginny beat my score? Getting her up beat. Yeah. I should be careful. I should be on this right here. Okay, what do you think, Chad?
No, hi.
Again, hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
We'll give her one more chance. Get another chance and then go back to that. I'll be fair. we show them words one at a time. If you see the word during the test, click C. If it's a new word, click oh no, this one is gonna be hard. This one is gonna be hard. Okay, 20 points. 20 points, okay? Can I beat 20 points? Can S-Band beat 20 points on verbal memory if the tables are open? Can S-Band beat 20 points on verbal memory? Yes, no. Somebody says G's Omega is kicking in. It's a good point. I'm going to go take note of it. You're back, chat. You're back. I'm going to take my Omegas. I will. Speed.
Hi, I'm Mike. Jack hired me to tell you about his bagel breakfast sandwiches with bacon or sausage. Jack, I thought you hired me to be your spokesperson.
Well, choose one, but you can have two. Two for $5 bagel breakfast sandwiches.
Okay, here we go, chat. Here's your Bill's jersey. I took it off to eat my food. Okay. Jay Delight, thank you for the 2 months of solitude, nauseous. So Jay, trash your food. How much do you need? Hollow Diamond, Beacon of Prime, Triple Mango, Beacon of Prime, close to $5. So it'll be 2 months. I ran a Chris Fest, good enough. Okay. Then we're playing Madden after we're done with our human benchmark. We're almost done. Okay. I didn't see the game of GD Reaper, but I was getting updates. Okay. Can I beat 20 points? Verbal memory test. Should we show them words? You see the word we're going to see it. It's a new word. Okay. Ready? Clear story. Are you serious? What does this word even mean? Clear story. Bit. Suit. Clear story. See. Sinners. Clear story. See. Bit. See. Rooks. Bit. See. See. Rooks. See. Sinners. See. Bicker. Nepotism. Clear story. See. Pure. Encumber. feathering your forehead to see if I can read it in your mind. I'm going out on limb scene. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I'm going out. No. Oh, actually, you know what I did? Let's go even. Cheating means I didn't cheat. Critiquing scene. Midweek, new. Bicker scene. I was bickering with you guys. I'm not cheating. Stamping scene. Bacteriologist, new. Vaginitis scene. Carne asada. Chipotle, new. Pedophile scene. Temporary scene. Obviation scene. Workmanship. Non-restricted scene. Dilutions, new. Pilgrims scene. Aborted gender. New. Midweek scene. Myth scene. Haggis scene. Slummiest. Disappointed. This is what James. Pilgrims scene. Photosynthetic. This is also James. She's saying that it's not James. It's Carne scene. Introduces new. Disapprove. Scene. Overpay. New. This is also what James wants to make this. Okay. Colors, new. Dressmaker. Wisecrack scene. Fun fairs. New scene. Floss. Sitters. Scene. Standing scene. Voices. Poses. Hang around. Posy. Critiquing scene. Their story scene. Windflower. Oh, it's my favorite shit. Christopher Columbus. Plague. New. Reversible. Scene. Halftime. New. Sphinx. New. Rose. New. Chalcinodynic. New. Perfects. New. Agency. Workmanship. Scene. Fourth by. Mark. New. Sphinx. Scene. Jolted. New. Moldy. New. Skinniness. New. Passion. New. Regalia. Scene. Spearheads. New. Disapprove. Scene. Dressmaker. Scene. Hibiscuses. New. Tranquilize. New. Consistorial. New. Confounders. New. Rift. New. Dressmaker. Scene. Pop. Scene. Sansans. Scene. D-nicotinize. New. Boweries. Bronco buster. New. Erases. New. Dictaphone. Yep. New. Wealthiest. New. Guitars. New. Sensei. Scene. Talkies. New. Sitters. Scene. Pocket. New. Sensitive. New. Card sharp. Differentiations. New. Wealthiest. Fifth. New. Ah! Fifth scene. I still have 2 lives left.
I know.
And I misplayed.
You can go forever.
On Lucy. New. Wisecrack. C. One pair. C. It's a new. On my gift. New. Presumably. scene, non-restrictive scene, fishiness, new, pure scene, Valerie scene, suffocating, new, assumes, new, hypothyroid, new, Bosket, new, Bronco Buster scene, liturgically, new, blinkers, new, dodgery, new, leaves, new, hard scene, tone, new, ransom, new, ambiguity, new, jocundly, new, gracie scene, Savoy scene, Mayor, new, Carne scene, piezometric, scene, spearhead scene, Blavoxer scene, tactically, new, pluckiest scene. No! 228, dude!
That's crazy.
Holy crap, dude! What the frick? This is why I'm so good at remembering people in chat, I guess.
Yeah.
And one of my strikes was I just kind of randomly,
Yeah. You're actually really good at memorizing chat.
yeah, I remember a lot.
Stop. She's already dead.
Holy crap.
That's actually crazy.
Can SBAN beat 20 points? No, I can't. Believers, congratulations, believers. Congratulations. Check the percentile. It doesn't say, does it? Like,
I'm a person that rarely finds people or anything impressive that is impressive for a 5.
oh, wait, I could. Oh, I should have been saving score the whole time. I did 100 percentile.
That's crazy.
It doesn't even go that high on the average users.
Yeah.
And I could have gotten higher. Holy crap. Alright, Judy, your turn.
This one we don't have to bet.
Wait, why not?
I'm not good at it.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, literally, you don't have to bet.
Can Judy beat S-Ban's
No! Like, you know, I can play it, but you don't have to bet.
228? Yes or no? I mean, if it's 100% yes,
Make it, well, make it half. Half of it.
chat, what do you think? I mean, everybody's gonna say no.
Yeah, exactly.
But what if one person says yes, and they get like a bajillion points if you get 29?
I've seen them believe in you. They don't have money to become Brazilian.
She won't even make half. Chat, should we do half? Do half? Do half? Oh, that's it.
I noticed you are super good at memorizing people's names or things about them, and it is practically impossible for me. I wonder if speaking multiple languages helps, since you know so many words. Anyway, be wary of the hearing test of sea cancer.
Great. Where's the $5? Maybe I'm just like a human function. You think so?
Handsome.
Maybe I'm not predictable.
Everything that God mentioned is
My ego has to
check. Infinite memory, check. Happy 12 months, streamer 77 decillion 700.
That half that shit. Think about it. That's the only thing you're gonna do is 100% gotta let you go. 100% really much people are anything present that and present 45 and things like those things I do very Wallace Street is prime rate for 15 months. Quantity Twitch prime should go back in 3 months.
Why won't you finish your Chipotle?
Why will? Drop some balls on moms. Leave the 2 months. Flaming Biscuit Tier 1. Radiance 20 months. What's up, dude? Jiggalite 2 months. Ice Cream Guy. Did I miss anybody else? I think yeah.
我感，有点有那种感觉吧，你们都有那种感觉吧？就是如果你今天睡觉，然后蝴蝶从你的身上跨过去，应该都会有那种感觉吧？你们都应该都会有一种这种的感觉吧？都感觉得到，会有，就是会有。上班爸爸，好的，我跟上小新上班加油，谢谢你来哟。说不定你下班了，我还在，好不好？没有讲话，然后我在哪里 ？OK，那你们都会有这种有人睡
Rick! Okay, chat. Back to my point. Oh, you're smarter than a chimpanzee. Okay. 10 points. This is a test of working memory. Wait, this was a hard one? This is a test of working memory, made famous by a study that found that chimpanzees consistently outperform humans on these tests. In the study, the chimps consistently outperformed humans, and some chimps were able to learn 9 digits over 90% of the time. This test is a variant of that concept because the person who did it returns to 4 digits and then adding 1 return. If you pass the level, the number increases. If you fail, you get a strike. 3 strikes, and the test is over. 10 points. Chat. Can S-Man be 10 points on the chimpanzee test? What does that mean? That means, one, am I smarter than my average chimpanzee? Because they said 90% of the time the chimps got over 9. 1 minute, yes, no, the tables are open, start prediction. No? What do you mean? Here, we can do a commercial break time real quick, because actually that one took a long time. No? What do you mean? Here, we can do a commercial break time real quick, because actually that one took a long time. No? What do you mean? Here, we're not watching the game. I don't have TV. I'm a streamer. We can talk about the game here. I've worked it. Ooh. Check this out. The chimps are so good at it.
Finish your midday without pausing. Try YouTube Premium on us in style uninterrupted.
Okay, chat, here we go.
Hey guys, so the attendance tonight was 2,600. No transports, nobody was transported tonight. The performance of the night went to Rodriguez, Miradov, Chandler, and Poirier. They all went for $2,000.
Pretty big night in the lightweight division, especially. So let's start with the main event. Dustin Poirier, I think one of the biggest wins of his career was making this fight tonight.
Because I went and
he came out. Habib, when I was with him last week, said he needs to come out in that first round. He needs to try to grapple, not strike with him. You know, tire him out, make him use his arms and legs, get him past. He thought a round and a half, and he thought the fight would go the other way if he could get Conor out of the first round and a half.
I get a chance to speak to Conor yet after the result.